Good morning, traders. Happy Friday. Actually tried starting the stream at before 6:30, but once again, some slight technical difficulties here. But let's get started. Today is May 22nd. Happy Friday. Time is currently 6:37 a.m. in the West Coast, 9:37 a.m. in the East. Take a quick look at the heat map. Crypto bubbles. Let's refresh this. Looks like a bunch of altcoins are up today. We'll take a look at that. And coin market cap. There we go. Bitcoin currently at $77,088. Fear and greed index is currently neutral. We are in a buy zone for Bitcoin according to the rainbow chart. This past few weeks, we were in a fire sale, currently a buy. Start DCA-ing for the next bull run, not financial advice. Sorry about that, I was on mute. Let's take a look at Tesla. Now, what I've been doing throughout the week was drawing the option expiration ranges as every day progressed throughout the week. I drew the pre-market levels. We did gap up and we hit the 618 extension, pulling back from there. So let's see. The EMAs are currently curling up on the 1 minute. Let me quickly go to the 15. Currently broke above previous day's highs. Let me quickly draw the fibs for that. And let me draw my boxes. Oh, there we go. And we are selling off. This is on the 5 minute. Question is, are we going to fill the gap from yesterday? Right. We did open up between the R1 and R2 of the pivot points. Quickly turn on the extended hours. I drew the fibs, the pre-market. It would have to be right here. This is the high and low of the pre-market. Once price opened up within the first 5 minutes, it tapped the 618. People took target. So anyone who was swing trading this from yesterday or bought during the pre-market at 416 sold at the 426.85 level. Yesterday, what I did off stream was I added the Mag 7 to use as an index. So I simply just added all the Mag 7, Google, Amazon, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Tesla under one ticker. And that's what's neat about TradingView. You type up the tickers, you click on the plus sign, and it gives a combined index. So we're currently selling off on the Mag 7. But since we are above the EMAs, we're looking for pullbacks to go long. Now on the Mag 7 itself, we could just use this as an indication as to where ES, SPY, and Tesla could go. So if I draw this, looks like we pulled back to the 618. This first 5-minute bar would have to hold price. And these stochastics are beginning to curl down. Momentum's about to go down. So we're looking for a break of 26.48 on the Mag 7. That's where we can take potential longs. I put an alert. So be notified when the index crosses opening range highs. Let me turn on the volume profile. Okay, so we just hit value area low. Take a look at the micros. Oh, that's not it. This is the micros. There we go. It looks like the market wants to continue to go long. So we need to start looking at potential buys on Tesla or any of the Mag 7s. Currently holding the 618 on the Mag. And we might just fill the gap with Tesla. Take a look at Nvidia, because they had their earnings yesterday. Nvidia could continue to sell off, probably go down to 215. Price is staying below the 50 EMA, and we're looking for a continued trend downward. Microsoft is up. Apple gapped up. So it looks like Nvidia looks like the weakest out of the bunch of the Mag 7. I'm pulling that up. You want the E-minis. Okay, so the micro E-minis are currently moving up. Looking for buy opportunities on the Mag 7 if you trade those. Let me zoom in. Quickly remove my drawings. Yeah, so it looks like we are going to fill the gap on Tesla. We do have the point of control from previous day at 417.42. I personally would be scaling into Tesla right now. And the reason being is because we have, I'm going to that. Getting bearish divergence on the E-minis now. It's currently 648. We just ended the 15-minute range. Let me draw the 15-minute range. What we're looking for is a hold at the 50% to 618 line. Despite everything pulling back, Tesla was hitting this 50 EMA, and it looks like road momentum may reverse from here. And if we remove all the drawings very quickly, price has already fallen outside of value, and we're looking for a quick touch to the point of control. Okay, so Mag 7 is holding this 50 EMA. And let's look at Nvidia, because that was the one that was performing the weakest out of all of them. Yeah, as mentioned, I believe Nvidia is going to continue to go lower. We just broke yesterday's lows. Just add the MES contract. Just put it right next to Tesla, or right above Bitcoin. We'd like to see the SPY hold the 618 of the opening range, as well as hold this 7,500 psychological number. I just realized we are outside of value for the micros.
Yeah. Isn't this a juice swing?
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like we're getting a bounce off of the 7,500 level. Let's see if it holds. We're looking for Tesla to go back into value and to hit point of control. If I pull up the VWAP, a daily, and quickly remove the drawings. We're looking for a retracement for Tesla to go back to point of control, which is 423.53. VWAP is currently around, let's say, 424. Looking for the SPY to continue this uptrend.
Is that divergence on the
Yeah.
bearish? It's at the high average daily range. Yeah.
Tesla's being a little bit stubborn, kind of hitting its head on this value area low. If you were scalping the MES, you'd probably be out already. Yeah, it's actually will look like it will go down now.
Can you take that trade?
No, I haven't actually. No. Trade. Could you grab me a napkin, please? Okay, we're getting some negative price action on Tesla. Personally, I would have started a little DCA position right here at this level. And with my personal style of scalping, I do not go full position right away. So I don't mind any drawdowns if I experience any. Nvidia going lower. Okay, we're getting a bid on the MES. Overall mag 7 is negative. It looks like Apple's currently performing the best out of the mag 7. Wonder what the news is. Apple takes App Store fight. Apple slashed iPhone 17 prices in China. A lot of consolidation at this level with Tesla. We're going to see some strong volatility coming very soon once it breaks out, either above or below. It looks like the point of control moved on the SPY at current price. We're looking for a retracement back to value area high at 75.13. And when that does happen, that should bring up the rest of the mag 7. And looking for Tesla to go back to VWAP or point of control up here. I'm on the 15-second chart. There you go. So that's the bid we're looking for. On the 15-second chart, price is already above all the EMAs. We're looking for continued movement to the upside to hit the point of control at 423.38, and I'd be out. Whoa, what was that? Mag 7 is still just creeping lower. It looks like the point of control has moved on Tesla. A lot of volume just got accumulated down at these levels, that 420.30 range. Bull's holding pretty well above the 50 EMA. Should we go to the 5-minute? Five-minute is looking good on Tesla. What I'm really looking for is a midline rejection on the Stochastic Momentum Index. And when we do, we should see a burst up. Based on this candle pattern, looks good. Okay, Nvidia is continuing to sell off, so that's not good for the Mag 7. Micros quickly pulled back to the VWAP, broke that 7,500 level. Could have actually sold that. Despite all that, Tesla is holding up nicely. And this is the reason why I love trading and doing TA on Tesla. We don't get crazy manipulation compared to other tickers. Okay, we're catching a bid on the Mag 7. Mag 7 just hit the 200 EMA. So we should see a little bounce from here. Going quickly back to Nvidia, still going down. How is Apple, the strongest one out of the bunch, holding up? Still positive. And here's this VWAP retracement I was looking for on Tesla. And I would potentially be out soon once this hits.
It's at VWAP right now, daily.
Is that?
Tesla at VWAP.
Yeah. Or 23.30 would be the target out, but I would probably put it at 423 even. Everyone's going to be front running the VWAP. And it looks like it already has. The high of this candle is 423.20. Front ran that 25-cent mark. Let's get that tap. We should get an alert once that target is hit. Boom. Just hit. I don't know why we didn't get an alert. No, I'd be so there you go. Trading the open on Tesla, a DCA buy right here to play to the VWAP. So I would be out of this trade right now, and then kind of like a wait and see approach, see what's going to happen with Tesla and how it reacts to the value area high. Once price finds itself, oh, nice little pump that just happened. So we should see some strong movement going up. How is the MES holding up?
It's at the 200 right now.
Yeah. Apple might just break today's highs, but we need to see. Nope. Could see some sell-off across the board. MES just broke the 200. So everyone sold this VWAP here at Tesla. And then with the added momentum with the MES going lower. Yeah, so that was a good target to take out the VWAP. We'll most likely go back to the point of control 421 and 50 EMA.
Your alert was low.
I know, alerts just came out. So Nvidia making new lows, dragging the rest of the Mag 7 down. Index is holding the 200. We're not getting the same price reaction on Apple. Okay, Microsoft falling below value area low. Broke the 200. I'll remove the drawings to clear things up. Mag 7 is seeing low of day. Currently on Tesla, this would be a no trade zone for me right now until we go to some level of resistance, extreme level of resistance or support. Right now we're in the middle zone, like near VWAP, so I'd be sitting on my hands currently with Tesla because we just made this little DCA purchase right here, hypothetically, of course. Not financial advice. So it looks like Apple's making a wedge to go higher. Once it breaks this high, we should see a burst to the upside. And potential targets for Apple to the upside. Let's take a look. Based on opening range.
On the 30 minutes or what? 15?
15. Looks like it made itself known on the 15. It got into the 5618 zone. Right here. Caught a bid. Now once Apple breaks the highs, we're looking for it to go to the extensions, of course. $309.73. The lowest hanging fruit with the extensions if price breaks today's highs. Should get a loud ping sometime very soon. If we look at the MES, oh, there it is. There's the ping.
Oh, that was Apple.
Yeah. MES is now catching a bid. And it looks like it used the golden zone of the London session as a buy, which is the reason why Asian and London sessions should be drawn if ever you trade futures. That would have been a good scalp right there.
Yeah.
Go long, baby. So what's going to happen is we're going to see price either go sideways or move up towards the 50 EMA at 7,500. Okay, Apple did make new highs with that alert, but this is not the response I was looking for. It's kind of value area high is acting as resistance. Okay. We are on the 1 minute chart. So during the opening range, we did find resistance here near the R3 and basically at 309 because we were at ADR levels, which is the average of the last 7 to 14 days range and price action range for the past 7 to 14 days. So it looks like we are getting a little sell-off. This is a little liquidity grab to take out any short sellers that put their stop up here. X7 is holding near value area low and point of control. Ooh, there you go. Tesla moving higher. Okay, we're looking EMS selling off. So it used the 13 EMA as resistance right there, which is also matching opening lows. Yeah. Might get a, looks like we're getting a midline rejection on the MES, which is not good. That means price should continue to go downward. We're going to need Apple to catch a bid and kind of bring the rest of the Mag 7 up. It looks like Nvidia is the worst performing currently. They did just have earnings and everyone sold off on the good news of them beating earnings. Meta selling off. They did report that they've laid off 8,000 workers yesterday, which is insane. Meta cuts 8,000 jobs. And not too long ago, I think they laid off like 10% of the workforce at the time. And then add on top of that another 8,000 workers, which is crazy to me. Okay, this is looking good for Apple. Take a look here. We're actually getting a overbought line rejection here, which is going to be extremely bullish. We should see a pump to the Fibonacci extension zone. Yeah, this is definitely going to go to 309.70. Just based on this overbought line rejection, we should see strong continued movement. If we were just draw a trending arrow going up, this should go to the Fibonacci extension sell zone, which would be a high probability target for any short sells and profit taking for any bulls. Now for Nvidia, what we want to see is higher lows. We're going to want Nvidia just to hold this diagonal trend line. Extend right line. There we go. Yeah, so we need Tesla to make higher lows. However, momentum is still currently negative. Apple looking good. Yeah, like I mentioned, we have this strong bullish trend on the SMI. So Apple doesn't care what's going on with MES or the overall market right now because it's doing its own thing. Nvidia, however, the weakest out of the bunch. It's like it's gonna break this trend line. Looking at the Mag 7, it is holding near point of control into value. Look at the 15-second chart with MES. See if there's anything developing on a smaller time frame. It looks like the 50 EMA on the 15-second chart is being used as resistance. So we should see this break down lower. And targets to the downside, looks like there's probably like a fair value gap here. Let me remove the drawings. Let me turn on my LuxAlgo price action concepts. Should be some type of fair value gap here. Okay, maybe it doesn't show up on the 15-second. Let me go to the 15. So it'll catch a potential bid at 74.85. It's the 50 EMA. It should go to this 200 EMA on the 5-minute, which is 74.81. If it does go down to the 74.77 level, that would be a high risk, high reward area to buy to go long. Tesla still doing its thing. Wow, broke value area high. It's going to continue to go higher. Let me clean up the charts. Bitcoin just broke 77,000. How is Apple doing? Okay. A little fake out on Apple. I was looking for continued momentum to go to the Fibonacci extension sell zone. Didn't happen. And we did end up breaking the stochastic trend line I drew. So yeah, it's going to go to point of control. Probably catch a bid at the 50 EMA. However, MES is making new lows. If I draw the Fibonacci extension buy zone based on this morning's opening range, ooh. We hit that fair value gap down here. Close to it. May potentially be the lows of the day. We revisited this candle that broke the this tight range here between London and New York session. This happened at 5:12 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We had a change of character, meaning in this case it just broke previous highs of this tight range, broke out, pulled back, and then went higher right before New York session. New York session sold that off, and we are revisiting these levels. Nvidia looks like it may have made a low. Catching a bid near the lows. I actually did not draw the range for this. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah, so if you were watching Nvidia, and I should have drawn these, I didn't draw the opening range for Nvidia, but this was an area to buy. Not financial advice. Although point of control is currently at this price at 216, we're gonna turn on the VWAPs, see where VWAP is. So this, if you were to go long down here or at current price, lowest hanging fruit is the 50 EMA at 217.16. VWAP's at let's just say 218. MACD's beginning to curl up. Oops, not that one. We're getting a MACD cross. As you can see, the histograms are beginning to turn positive. Line just crossed. And this happened right near the lows of the day.
Order submitted.
74.93.25. Looking for 74.93 for a scalp. These are just trading micros, micro ES. Should have gotten in much sooner. I was busy doing a TA on the other tickers. Let's just do that.
Order submitted.
Look for a retrace to the VWAP and 200 EMA. Most likely everyone's going to front run it at 74.92.75, but I'll hold it at 74.93. For a scalp. We just recently reactivated our NinjaTrader account. We've had it for years, and we just decided to finally start trading that account. And there's that front run. Yeah, we are on the 1 minute chart. Did we go as high as 75? 74.92.25. Let's hit that VWAP, baby. Oh, getting some front run. Oof.
Order submitted. Order canceled.
Don't like how I was front run twice. It might even just continue to go higher, but I should have just put it one tick below my target. Oh, and then that would have hit. Oh, now it's going through. That's kind of, the market knows when you have an order. Yeah, so still getting used to the NinjaTrader platform. I really wanted to create a bracket order, but I couldn't figure that out on the fly. But really should have gotten much sooner at the bottom. I was just busy doing TIA and everything else. Measly 1250 for a scalp. And like I was front run twice, so less than what I should do is one tick below the actual target. Yeah, so that's gonna, this was the one to go long and hold. Tesla moving higher. It looks like Apple did catch a bid near the VWAP and 50 EMA, which may go to the Fibonacci extension sell zone. Wasn't quite the win I wanted on stream, but closed at a market. That friend ran about twice. What I should have, I went long. What I should have done was just put it right below VWAP, because this thing could have just reversed from here, but it looks like we are just cutting through VWAP. When I saw this candle sell off and then quickly move up on that next minute, should have hopped on market right away, but I kind of hesitated. I was looking at other tickers.
You're late.
Yeah, I was a little bit late to that run, and then I closed it at market when it didn't hit my target twice. But now this is the run that we should be in. But a scalp is a scalp. And now we're catching this strong bid. Everything else should be going up. Nvidia might have already bottomed. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we were in this Fibonacci extension sell zone with Nvidia, and it was looking for a reversal near S2. And if you're watching Nvidia instead of everything else that I like, how I was, you would have seen this 1 minute candle bar that took out this previous candle. It was a bullish engulfing. You get in right at pullback and to play long. Even though it is in a tight range, it is looking positive. All the other Mag 7s are moving up. If we look at the Mag 7 index that I have, it held the 200 EMA. It's now currently moving above VWAP. So literally my wife and I decided to reactivate our NinjaTrader account that we've had for many years. It's been dormant, really. And we just had some money left over here with NinjaTrader. It was originally at 12.13, but we did just buy the data package, the market data package, for us to be able to trade on the broker, with the broker. So we almost got our money back for this month's data fees. So the goal is to scalp the micros. So at market open, we had about $1,200. So we'll trade this live moving forward. Just scalping here and there. But ideally, what I'd like to do is scalp Tesla. That should be a reality next month, because on June 4th, the new rule is that, I believe it's June 4th. Let me double check. Yeah, first Thursday of June, that the pattern day trading rule should be removed. That means that accounts under the 25,000 account limit are no longer restricted to just making 3 trades in one day. That means we could begin our day trading endeavors for smaller accounts. So you've been on the benches, watching your favorite gurus and content creators, and you're thinking about beginning to trade. Now is the time to get into the trenches on June 4th. Once they change that pattern day trading rule, I believe it's a $2,000 minimum. You might want to check with your brokerage. But that just means you'll be able to get a margin account with just $2,000 and not be beholden to the pattern day trading rule that restricts you from making more than 3 trades in one day. Additionally, we don't know when this is going to happen, but I did create a list called the stock futures list, because this is also incredible news that's happening this summer. The whole industry is going to be changing. They want new money. And in fact, when I mean by new money, they want dumb money. They want the retail to start getting in with smaller accounts and to begin trading. So in addition with the pattern day trading rule change, the CME mentioned that they're going to be having single stock futures. So all these tickers right here will have their own futures contract. So the contract size is 100 shares of all of these tickers for one contract. So $1 per penny for every tick. Going to be great because you'll require less margin to trade. However, if you like to DCA like I do, I would like to DCA into Tesla rather than buy 100 shares at a time and through the forms of a future contract. But nonetheless, great opportunity for people to trade stocks 24/7 potentially. Might be 23/6 to trade the futures of your favorite stock. In my opinion, what's great about that is it's favorable for taxes, meaning you could write off all losses if you happen to be a net negative loser at the end of the year, net negative trader. If you were trading just stocks by itself, for every gain that you close, you'll have to pay taxes on it, despite doing any wash sales or losing all of it on any trades. So at least with the futures, you'll be able to write off your bottom line. Something to consider. Now's a good time to start saving up some money, not financial advice, but to get all your budgeting in order, open up a brokerage account, and start learning how to trade these markets. Getting a nice little V reversal on the SPY. It's not a full V reversal, but it's gone about 50%. It looks like it made almost like a head and shoulders going this way. Like if this was one shoulder, that's the other shoulder. Did this movement right there. It's at a slight angle. So we are in the opening range of the 618 zone for MES, which is the reason why we're getting somewhat of a profit taking. Oh, and it's also value area high. Didn't realize that. I had to scroll back all the way to Asian sessions to get that volume profile. What I also should do, let's see. I need to draw the volume profile just for US, the US session. What I just did right now was draw the volume profile for just the New York session. And on top of that, I have the entire day overlaid. So we are hitting the value area high of the day's volume profile. And most likely the value area high and low. Let's see, it's drawn over that. Let me see, let me remove that. Oh, the value area is blue. Yeah, I could. Yeah, what I should have done was just focus a little bit more on US. If I had planned on trading it, it was kind of like on a whim. I was looking at other tickers, but I will focus on the S&P moving forward if we are going to be scalping through our NinjaTrader broker for now. The idea is to, of course, build the account to prepare for the stock futures that will be released during the summer. So if you're just watching this, you're interested in getting some free education, we are tracking our journey of building our futures account. This is pretty much the starting balance. Come see us win, come see us lose, and enjoy all the action in between. Like and subscribe. And comment if there's something you want me to follow. If you have any suggestions, if you have any questions. What are your favorite tickers to look at every day? I like to look at Tesla. I like to look at, well, moving forward now, I'm going to be looking at MES, the micros. I'm also going to keep track of the Mag 7 index, see how everything trades in relation to that. But put in the comment what you like to day trade, what you like to do TA on every day. Excuse my stuttering. Back to the charts. Kind of like in a middle zone with excuse me, the micros. It's holding the 50 EMA and we are at point of control. We're literally in value. Which means we're right at the area where most of the volume took place for the New York session. If I turn on the volume profile for the day, point control is slightly lower. It is at point control for the day is at 74.91. New York session is at 74.94. So this would have been a good long to take. I saw it down here. I just didn't think about taking the trade on the broker. We fell out of value during American session or US session. So let's look at Tesla. Wow, Tesla making new highs. Take a step back. I did have all of these ranges drawn out in advance. Let me just turn off these indicators. And this one as well. Yeah. So we are in the sell zone of yesterday's high low, but this looks like it continued to go higher. Let me remove the, we just crossed the R2 on the pivot line. R3 is at 433. Let's remove that. And then turn off the volume profile. So the range that I had drawn over the weekend, based on option expiration, expected moves, we saw a high of 445.68 for this Friday's expiration, basically today, and a low of 398.80. And as the week progressed, I was drawing each level. And let me remove some of these ranges. It's gonna be a little bit hard to explain. Probably much harder to follow as well. But for every day of the week, as we progress towards every option expiration, which is Wednesday and Friday, I did draw the expected ranges high, low after every close of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and yesterday for Thursday. So I was drawing these levels. So based on Wednesday's close, this was the Friday high at 430.55. So based on Wednesday's close, Thursday's close, oh, we've already exceeded Thursday's close for Friday. So we are in an interesting zone for Tesla. So if I were to draw a box to overlap that, let's see if Tesla can break 430.55, which was the expected high range for Friday based on Wednesday's close. So Friday's close for Friday's high was right here at 427. And based on this current movement on Tesla, it looks like it will clear 430, but wait, we have to wait and see. Yeah, once again, this would have been a great buy on the ES. Not only were we in the Fibonacci extension sell zone, we were near a fair value gap of this overnight action at 510, as well as a 200 EMA on the 5-minute chart. That would have been an easy buy. I was a little bit late to it. I will do better next time. So the Mag 7 is currently outside of value. Positive momentum. The weakest out of the bunch was Nvidia. How is Nvidia holding up? It's using this diagonal trend line as resistance. Interesting. Amazon falling back to value area low. Google look like it's about to make new highs for the day. Just crossed the 200 EMA and is currently outside of value. Meta, even after its news of releasing and laying off 8,000 workers, is holding up compared to yesterday's close, above the 200 EMA. We have some resistance here on Tesla. Now, this is a line that I drew back based on Monday's close. Oop, me.
Tooth sensitivity isn't severe enough to deal with.
Excuse me for a second. Is that good? Yeah. So based on Monday's close for Friday's option range high at 428.87, I drew this level. Interesting. Happens to be in the middle of this box. Okay, looks like the MES just broke 7,500. This could have momentum to go higher. Looking at the momentum index, we did have a midline rejection. This could be a play to go long, but ideally we want to get a little pullback. Because this could go to value area high at 75.05. Yeah, the next target up would be 75.0575 for the top of a value area high for the day. If we could get a nice pullback, would like to see a pullback to this 50 EMA on the 15 second at 74.9675. This might just take off with little to no pullback. Yep, this is probably just going to take off. I wonder what the news was. Oh, is it lunchtime? Oh no, it's not. It's about we're hitting the top of the hour. It's 7:58 a.m. We are going to see a pullback. Should be soon. I'd like to see a bigger pullback than this. 74.96, ideally. Did break a diagonal trend line. We're looking for a retest. Yeah, we did break using the LuxAlgo price action concepts indicator I have here. We did break out of this downward trending channel, and we're looking for now a retest of this resistance, which will now be used as support. This momentum might just take it higher. What we're looking for, get a price breakout, and we want to retest, and then into value. Oh, this might just go higher without us. So be it. Excuse me for a second. Our subscription for the month.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, so just as I thought, MES would just continue to move higher without little to no pullback. We are going to hit value area high at 75.05. Just as I thought, MES would just continue to move higher without little pullback. Currently outside of value area high of the volume profile for the day. And we just hit value area high for New York session. X7's moving higher. It's pretty much going to be a V reversal. Oh man, yeah, if I had seen this price action concepts sooner on the Mag 7, we had this huge fair value gap. The Mag 7 was just basically holding up here, not only because of the 200 EMA, but we did have a fair value gap right below. And then it, the indicator drew these downward trend lines. It broke out of here. This was basically a signal to go long for all the Mag 7. And most likely at 725 was when Nvidia reversed. Yep, 725, 724. Interesting. Yep, so this was the long that I was looking for. I was looking for some type of pullback to the 50 EMA. There's too much momentum in the last 15 minutes of the 8 o'clock hour that it just took off to value area high, which would have been my target. Bitcoin right back above the 50 EMA on the 1 minute. We're getting a weakening price action on Tesla based on these option range boxes that I drew here. 430.55. And we are going to see a rollover on Tesla only because I'm seeing early bearish divergence. And looks like the LuxAlgo trend lines are showing a break lower. Or if price is going to break through that, it'll go lower. I'm predicting it'll go lower only because of this bearish divergence. We had pretty much equal highs. And this could be just a minor pullback to the 50 EMA. So we are in a sell zone area. We have a double top. We have momentum curling lower. RSI is already crossed. So yeah, definitely a pullback. We're looking for a bounce off of this 50 EMA at 428. Value area high is at 427.58. Tesla could just say, F it, I don't care what you think. I'm going to just continue to go higher. That was on the 1 minute chart. Bound to pull back on Nvidia. It was pretty much using this diagonal trend line going up as resistance. Could have a pullback to 216.87. The 5 minute chart, we are seeing weakening candles on Tesla. We have a doji right here that just closed at 805. A healthy pullback would be to go back down to this, back into value and hit this fair value gap at 425. And my prediction that point of control will basically move to 425 if price comes back here. My prediction, price can go back into value, hit fair value gap, kind of move sideways until the 50 EMA catches up, and then point of control will eventually be redrawn to 425. And that's my prediction right now for the next hour. Okay, MES formed a fair value gap at 75.01. I'm wondering if price is going to go higher. X7 did hit opening range high, getting some type of resistance here. Apple just continues to defy gravity. Tesla is currently back into its value area for the day. What we're looking for is a return to this fair value gap. Let me turn the VWAPs back on. Yeah, so we're going to go to VWAP and this fair value gap. Basically, my prediction is for it to just go sideways and kind of be in this consolidation area until the 50 EMA catches up. Point of control will be reprinted in this zone. Let's continue to go higher, breaking outside of value. So it's been a nice little continuation of the trend play. In hindsight, this did look like it broke out of the downward trend line and already made that retest on this candle. I just was too late to that. So on the 1 minute chart, Tesla is currently below its 50 EMA. We should see continued downward movement, not before another retest to hit its 50 EMA and then go lower. Okay, so it looks like point of control actually reprinted up here at 428. So there's a good chance that this 50 EMA is going to hold price because we had a lot of volume coming to this 428 level. Should see Apple roll over very soon. It's at extreme highs. I only say that because MES might roll over back into the 7,500 level. Google taking a nosedive on the 1 minute chart. Meta doing the same thing. Microsoft might follow through with it. Google taking a nosedive on the 1 minute chart. Meta, same thing. We should see a sell-off if this trend line is broken on the ES, or when it is. Big red candle sometime soon, times at 823. We should see sell-off. Nvidia right back above its VWAP. Wow, bouncing off value area high. Okay. All MES basically said F your diagonal trend lines. Running out of space. It starts 775.12. $75.12. Midline rejection on the 15-minute chart. That's a strong move upward. Potentially a breakout above 716. If it goes to 719.75, I might just sell there. They get a huge wick. Basically, a liquidity grab from previous highs. What do you think, babe? You sleep?
Order submitted. Order canceled. Order submitted.
You're interested in selling this 775.1975 level if it wakes up to there? That 75.1975. Selling this 775.1975 level if it wakes up to there. You see weakening candles near previous highs. Might just roll over from here. Yeah, we did just cross the downward, this diagonal trend line. Might just roll over from here. Yeah, we did just cross the downward, diagonal trend line. Yeah, it's gonna roll over. How are the Max 7 looking? Max 7 might have a midline rejection to go lower. They have a lip selling it. Still getting used to this NinjaTrader platform. Oh my gosh. There's that sell-off. You saw that once it broke the diagonal trend line. I was expecting it to go a little bit higher. We could have just one more scam wick up before it goes lower. Saw that once it broke the diagonal trend line. Go a little bit higher. Value gap has showed up out of nowhere. I still have a sell order at the. I still have a limit order at 1975. Is curling up. With the breakdown on Tesla, Mag 7 break. It is going lower, so the MES should follow. Is Apple beginning to roll over because that's the strongest one? Yep.
Order submitted.
Not the ideal area, but we're seeing a weakening in the market. Apple pulling back. And Apple was the strongest out of the Mag 7. Mag 7 index rolling over. Targets. I'm looking for value area high. Or point of control. If we could go back to 7,500. Again, I could be wrong. Spike up higher. We're looking for Apple to go back to VWAP 309. And again, we have all these fair value gaps in between. Nvidia rolling over. Microsoft rolling over. Tesla went down to that VWAP as I expected. Back to this fair value gap. Mag 7, we're looking for it to go lower and drag the MES down. Should see a reaction at 708. Ideally, I like to go back down to value area high of the day. Let's call it 75.05.25. Maybe a potential double top. And a retracement back to value area high, 75.05. Needs to go back to point of control. Now, value area high for the entire session is at 75.07. Point of control is still down here at the 7,500 level. Looking for a rollover on the 5-minute chart. Point of control just changed on me for American session. So value area high is now up here. Point of control is at 75.11. Don't like how that just switched up just now. So that means that built support. Sure. Actually, got to stop drinking a little bit, but I'll have more.
Oh, you want to stop?
No, I'll have another cup, please. So this is what the 15-minute looks like on MES. It's beginning to trend lower. Point of control now is at 706.75. Darn it. That means I should just took target right at 708.75. Well, now 75.07.25. Do that.
Order submitted.
Tiny scalp. DLA should have sold at 713. Controls at 775.0650. retracement on MES, which is insane. So that's 7507.25 is at the 50 EMA currently. Fair value gap at the same area. But it is holding just right near highs. Move all drawings and see where VWAP is. VWAP is at point of control for the session. Give me a quick wick down to this fair value gap. A midline rejection on the 1 minute chart. Max 7 is bearish. Let's see a breakdown of the 2075.10 level. There we go. Very stubborn. You should see rollover now, that momentum. Bulls bought that fair value gap. Run as I was expecting. Things I don't like front running myself. One as low as 7507, 72 ticks from my exit. Yeah, I don't like that bounce off of there. Yeah, Max 7's getting a bounce off of the VWAP, so we should see it go higher now. Darn it. Thanks, man. Front ran that fair value gap midline by like 3 ticks. But if it does go to my target, at that point, it's probably just going to sweep way lower. This is the psychological game now. Point of control for the entire session, still at 74.95. That's for the entire day. But point of control is currently at current price, which I don't like. I would prefer that point of control was much lower than my target. VWAP is still with the point of control here at 74.95. Value area high for the entire day, still at 75.0450. Don't like this candle that just formed right here, which front ran me. RSI. Ideally, we just wanted to see it go lower and not break that diagonal trend line. Yeah, Tesla did bounce off of this area as I was expecting. That means, yeah, ES will continue to go against me. Time is it? 8:53, 7 minutes till the next hour. We should see some type of move. Looking for a breakdown of the 50 EMA, but by that time, bearish divergence. So what?
MES.
It is.
Oh, I see.
You see some type of move, 3 minutes till 9 o'clock. What I'm looking for is a breakdown of the 50 EMA, and then I'll get filled. But by then, it's probably going to be a quick short down to 75.05. $75.05 would be the target if it breaks this 50 EMA. Be New York lunchtime at 9 o'clock. X7 indexes going higher, bounce off the VWAP. And what we were expecting for Tesla to go back down to this fair value gap and VWAP. So that happened. That would have been a good long. Wow. ES is consolidating near these highs. Point of control is right there at 711.25, 711. Before I took this trade, point of control was much lower. I'm just concerned that, point of control went higher. Probably going to get a quick flush down to this fair value gap and just fill me, and probably wick much lower.
Order filled.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Order got filled. And probably this is the beginning of a flush down to the 200 EMA, which is 75.03. So that's the second win for today. Once again, we are just scalping MES. It's literally our first day just trading back on NinjaTrader after I don't know how many years. We just reactivated the account last night, and it's our first day trading micro scalping MES. So this might just bounce a little bit higher and then go lower now that we made these new lows, but we have to see what the Mag 7 wants to do. This is lunch hour, low volume, a lot of manipulation going on. Mag 7's going up. So MES. Yeah, so this is a very, consolidated area. Yeah, good thing we got out. So I would wait for price to break above or below this consolidated area. This is basically no trade zone for me right now until we hit some extreme levels. But I'm glad we were able to get filled right at lunchtime before this move started happening. Second win for the day. Ideally, I like to be scalping Tesla because I don't like how MES moves too much, but we do have this NinjaTrader account. And it's part of the reason why I like Tesla, because, you know, when it wants to make a move, it does it right away. With MES, there's a lot of manipulation, consolidation at certain areas. As you can see, when ES was reaching high of the day, consolidated right next to it. Basically, the market makers want all retail to start making their bets, either going long or short, and try to figure out where they could stop hunt. Tesla just made new highs, just pulled back, doesn't mess around. It's part of the reason why I like trading Tesla. And I can't wait for those stock futures to happen. Now with these LuxAlgo price action concepts indicator, it draws these diagonal trend lines for me. So this would have been a clear long on Tesla. I already knew that it was going to pull back to the VWAP as I drew earlier. And that would have been a good buy to go long. Especially if it's broken this diagonal trend line going up. Or actually diagonal trend line going down, price went up. Tesla doesn't mess around. With MES, a lot of manipulation in a tight consolidated area. Nvidia. Okay, it looks like it's forming a flag or a triangle, excuse me. Apple was the strongest out of the bunch, is now below the 50 EMA on the 1 minute chart.
Show me how Tesla moves. Why you like it?
Oh, because compared to the ES futures, I mean,
You got in a really awkward time too. It was like
well,
after.
when it went over here, I was thinking about just selling at market, like at 715. I thought it was just gonna wake up and kind of like run everyone's stops up to 719.75. But then I sold at market and it was at a bad level. So this is probably just going to consolidate until after lunch, which is annoying. Tesla, look at that. I mean, around this time, like around 8 o'clock, when you see MES.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it wasn't quite exactly the same timing, but MES was basically hitting resistance.
Yeah.
And by that time, Tesla's already pulled back from its highs. I just like, yeah, it has better price action and volatility in my opinion. So I can't wait for the stock futures to be released to the public.
Can you trade the same chart, or is it going to be a different chart?
It's going to be a futures contract of Tesla, and it's going to have similar price action. And I know there's going to be a lot of volume.
When does that come out?
It's this summer. But next month on June 4th, I'll be able to just, scalp, shares on Tesla.
Are you going to be doing the Mag 7 as well?
Oh, here's MES rolling over. But I don't want to trade during this lunch hour. This will pull back to the 75.01 level at this current rate, which is the 200 EMA and this fair value gap right down here. So we could see price break down, kind of move back up to 709 75.09 and then roll over.
Yeah.
Nvidia moving lower.
What's another stock that moves really nicely like Tesla that you like?
I guess I asked Claude that one day. They said Nvidia.
Does it respect your levels?
It does. In my opinion, this was more predictable than ES.
Yeah.
ES, there's lots of manipulation, right? Like, just look at all that right here. Now, this area is pretty much like building steam for the PM session. Market makers and big money, they're pretty much like Vegas. They're like the casinos, right? They want everyone to be placing their bets, and then they see where the crowd has all their orders. See a breakdown based on this momentum. Here's that breakdown we were looking for. Price is now below the 50 EMA on MES. So what's going to be doing is using the 50 EMA as resistance and possibly roll over to 75.03. Look at Bitcoin. Let's go to 1 hour chart. The 4 hour chart, Bitcoin is below its 50 and 200 EMA. It looks like we're in for a negative weekend. So if Bitcoin is able to hold these lows down here to, let's say, $76,060, we could hold. However, we see the 50 and 50 EMA getting ready to cross the 200. You could see some selling, some sell-off this weekend. Turn on the pivots for the week. Potentially $75,400 if it breaks these lows. On the 4-hour chart, on the micros, look at this wick. Just sucked up all of these orders here. We may close. The idea is we should close above 75.23. So that's the candle body of last week's price action. Not the wicks, but the highest closed candle, 75.23. I'll just put an alert on that. See where the market makers want to take us, if they want the week to close higher than last week or stay within last week's price action. Let's go back to Tesla. We are near this red box range that I drew based on option price ranges that I updated for every day of the week this week. Remove that. We are getting the faster EMAs, the 9 and 13 crossing the 50 now, so we should see a rollover to 200 EMA at 75.03. I don't want to sell this short. I'm kind of late to the party, and there's that flush. There it is, 9:15. That would have been nice. So this was the flush we were looking for. Didn't quite get to the 200 EMA in the 1 minute chart. And get a retest of the 50. So this is the one. Yeah, so this is the 15-second chart. So as you can see, the 50 EMA crossed over the 200, and then price used the 50 EMA as resistance. 7502. Probably have a lot of buyers stuck here at 75.11. Point of control did move. Value area low is still down at 74.90. Looking for price to go back down to 7,500 at least. I'm not going to trade this, but as a mean reversion trader, I don't like trading within value. Ideally, you want to short outside of value, long outside of value, and aim for point of control. The point of control is up here inside value. Seeing the 15 in a bit. Let's take a look at it. Bearish divergence near the tops. Traders, I'll be right back.
Starting a business is never easy, but with GoDaddy Aero, that endeavor is about to become a whole lot easier.
Hey man, you got this.
Create a website that looks like you know what you're doing, even if you don't know what you're doing, because you're using a website that developed a tool that knows exactly what it's doing. It helps you design a logo. This is what we came up with. We put it here, we put it
probably shouldn't say this.
Hey traders, I'm back. So it looks like we had a double top on Tesla when it hit this ADR range. It's a double top, of course, in hindsight, but I probably would have been expecting it since momentum was going down for a bearish divergence. Micro ES still just hanging right above the 50 EMA cloud. Mag 7 index. We're below VWAP and now below the 50 EMA. Probably going to revisit lows for the day at 26.28, 45. So I'm surprised MES is not going lower at this point. So this is where a lot of manipulation during lunch hour is occurring. And right at the end of the lunch hour at 10, we should see some wild price action. So we're currently about, what is it? 17 minutes away from the end of lunch. But typically around 15 minutes before the hour, some volatility should kick in. And we're already seeing that happen with Tesla hitting its VWAP. Nvidia was the weakest out of the bunch. Take a look at it. We're almost near lows, near value area low at 215.86. What we're looking for in the micros, of course, looks like the 50 EMA is holding on the 1 minute chart. We're looking for a breakdown of the 200 EMA and head over to the VWAP 74.96. Should see something happen soon within the next 16 minutes. We do see this downward channel. This looks like a flag pattern. We have to see where the market makers want to take us in this consolidated zone during New York lunch hour. If we want to break the 200 EMA or break this downward trend, diagonal trend line. Let me see if LuxAlgo picks up on it. Yeah. See what happens. All right, we're within the last 15 minutes of the hour. We're seeing some movement. It looks like the market is waking up. Getting a bounce off of Tesla. Okay, MAG is now, looks like value area low held. Apple was the strongest among the 7. Now currently at VWAP. 5 minutes till the end of the lunch hour, we should see some volatility come back into the market. So what we're looking for is a break of the lunch lows or a break of the lunch highs. Super tight range here on the MES. Market makers are looking to see where everyone's stops are. Obviously, the stops are going to be below lunch lows and above lunch highs. We should see some volatility spiking after the break of these highs or lows. Mag 7 is currently below its VWAP. The reason why I look at the Mag 7 index is because that could determine the movement of not only just the ES, but the MNQ. I should add it on here as well. Oh, I do. It's somewhere on here. Just move this higher. So the indices are heavily weighted against the Mag 7. So the Mag 7 index itself could be used as an indicator as to how MNQ and MES will move. So even just by looking at VWAP. So let's just say we were looking at the VWAP and the VWAP clouds below and above, which are basically standard deviations away from VWAP. You know, when it hit extremes, and this is London's high, this is a 21618. That's what I have the setting to. When it hit that, it formed the high and retraced back to VWAP. Before the New York Open, we did see it go down to these VWAP lows, which was a fantastic buy opportunity to go long for a retracement to not only just the VWAP, but what happened at 512, probably some news-based event, drove it higher. Now we kind of see this V reversal on the E-mini or the micros, whatever you want to call it. This could be a cup and handle. And let me show you. Right, we could see something like this by the end of the hour. If price breaks the highs. We have to see the VWAP get a bid. Excuse me, not VWAP, the Mag 7. It needs to go above its VWAP to see continued price action on the MAS to go upward into this volume profile high of 75.13. Give me for a moment, I'll be right back. All right, it's past lunchtime. Price has gone back, and we are expecting movement to value area high and recent highs. We're looking for a break. And if this break happens, we're looking to potentially short the 775.1975 level. We should see a short squeeze when we break these highs. Depending on how fast we get there, I would like to sell short the 75.1975 level. I don't want to open up a position too close to the end of the market, which is 2 hours from now. So if it could get there very quickly, I'd like to sell it short, but not during the last hour of the trading day. Should see a break of the highs based on this current momentum and price action. We're on the 5-minute chart. MACD's crossing up. RSI is already positive. See some crazy wick. We have the R3 at the 75.32 level. That might be quite high. See where price takes us. We didn't have enough fibs already. Let me draw one more. Today's high and low. This would be potential area to short from if price gets up there. So this is my cup and handle prediction for ES. If we do break these double tops right here, we should see a quick move to 775.20. With the drawings, let's see what LuxAlgo has to say about the price action. We broke through this diagonal trend line, which is positive for price to move higher. section. Put an alert at the 75.19 level, just so it calls my attention if I happen to be looking at something else. Apple's now above its VWAP. We're looking for a break of this diagonal trend line. And if it does break, Apple should be able to lift the rest of the Mag 7. How's Nvidia doing? Okay. Nvidia has taken back its VWAP. Wow, huge volatility on the ES. Went right down to the fair value gap. It is 10:19 a.m. The shorts made their money. It should have been some bearish divergence. I didn't. Yeah, on the 1 minute chart, RSI had already crossed and price was still up here. And then momentum index crossed the midline. Max 7 have rejected its VWAP. Nvidia moving up, however. Let's look at MNQ. MNQ bounced off his 200 EMA on the 1 minute chart. So if Tesla's able to stay at current levels, it looks like the Wednesday, Friday So based on Wednesday's close for Friday's option expiration range high, 430.55 held. MNQ is cleaner than MES.
Mm-hmm.
If I even remove, you can see how MES respects these fair value gaps whenever they pop up. MES kind of like goes through them sometimes. Get some price action, possibly a breakout.
Order filled.
Oh, forgot I had an order at 1975.
Order submitted.
All right, I just closed that market. I had an order at 1975. I just closed that market for that scalp. Cool. We're up 66.25 just by micro scalping. Forgot I had a hanging order at 1975 and it quickly dropped. And I just closed that market because this could still continue to go higher. This is the wick. This was the short squeeze that we were looking for. There was going to be a break of the double top. We had manipulation right before this wick up. I had my hanging order at 1975. If I have the drawings here, we have confluence. Yeah, it's a good thing I closed that market because it looks like we are going to continue to go higher. And there you go. There's the scalp that I was looking for. Yeah, so the cup and handle that I predicted here is playing out. We're looking at Look at this price action. Holy jeez. So yeah, this is the red box to open up a short. But based on this movement right now, still too early. Yeah, so this was the price target for those who went long here. We had manipulation, made it believe that everyone's going to have this was a triple top. Market makers sold everyone off, took out the longs at these swing lows, bought at the fair value gap. We went high, broke the double top. We continued with the price target of this cup and handle pattern that I drew, hit this Fibonacci extension area. Obviously, this is psychological number of 75.24. So it front ran it by 1 point of 75.25. So this was the short squeeze that we were looking for. Had a sell target over here if price decided to wick, which it did. When I closed that market, I don't know what price, but it's a good thing I did because we should see continued movement to the upside. All the short sellers are stuck right now. Anyone who shorted these highs are in hot water. We got a break of structure. Let me turn off the drawings really quick. So this 9 EMA is still holding up. So we do have a pivot 3 over here at 75.32.75. It is currently 10:32 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Are we going to get a retracement back to previous resistance? Probably. If we look at momentum, we're waiting for this to roll over. RSI is about to cross very soon. Curious what price I got out at. So we sold at 75.1975 and bought back at 12.25 for about 7 points. Yes, 7.5 points. It's a quick scalp. I guess in hindsight now, I should have resold at 7.24. 75.24. So we're retesting previous resistance, which is now support. If this pattern continues. If we get continued movement with this breakout, you'd see it do something like this. 75.30. Mind the drawings. The New York PM session, it just started, 10:30 a.m. So drawing the swing high, swing low between the sessions, we're getting a target of 75.30. We do know that the daily pivot of R3 is at 75.32. So anyone who is going long would be buying right now, because these two resistances have been broken. And we're looking for a bounce off of that resistance, which is now support, to go higher to this fib zone of 75.30. If it could break 75.24. Let's see how Tesla's taking it. Yep, 430, moving back up. Nvidia, which was the weakest throughout the day, still actually selling off. Apple was the strongest. Looks like we're getting a better reaction with Tesla. Microsoft, sideways. Meta, near VWAP. Amazon. Oh, Amazon. Finally showing some strength. It looks like the MNQ is selling off more than ES. So it looks like these previous resistances couldn't hold as support for the MNQ. Question we need to ask ourselves is whether or not this move up is a liquidity grab for the short sellers, because this was a short squeeze. So I got about 7.5 points from that scalp.
Aren't points like a lot? 7 points?
What's that?
Aren't 7 points is a lot.
7.5 points, yeah.
Or is it ticks?
I got points.
It's a lot.
Yeah. In terms of points, but we are just trading one micro contract. You know, this is our first day coming back trading NinjaTrader. And I haven't traded the ES contracts for years. So this money's been just pretty much dormant. So this is our 3 out of 3 trades. If this pattern continues to move higher and break these previous highs at 75.24, we should see a target of 75.30. If it gets there much faster, and I don't want to be in the trade during the last hour, I would like to sell the 75.30. Tesla reclaiming highs. Mag 7 moving up. That should be bullish for the indices. Apple finding support at its 50 EMA on the 1-minute chart. Should see some movement. MES moving higher very soon. I'm going to put an alert. Previous highs. And I will be right back.
They call her a fighter. They call her a builder. But you can just call her Eleni. As
Okay, so it looks like the volume is drying up. We may not see this continued price action up to the Fibonacci extension zone after breaking these two double tops right here. I did predict that this was a cup and handle pattern, and we were looking for a break of the double top, which it did. Now, the reason why we got this huge burst right here was because these short sellers got squeezed out. I did have a hanging order at 75.1975, and I just closed that market when I saw price pull back. Now, what I should have done was just re-enter close to the psychological number of 75.25, ended up peaking at 75.24. But it is already 10:47. Market closes at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Right now, it looks like volume is thinning out. Unless something happens very quickly, that might have just been my last trade for the day. Unless we see price go up to these higher levels at the 75.30 level before 12, then I'll reconsider. Do have an alert here if we do break the highs of 75.24, but right now it's just consolidating. We did get a break of structure. That just simply means we broke previous resistance, and this could be a potential move higher. Potential. Tesla is selling off near these highs. Nvidia still selling off or way below VWAP. Apple, which was the strongest performing Mag 7 out of the bunch this morning, still above VWAP. Amazon finding support on its 200 EMA, but is below VWAP. Meta above its VWAP. Google below its VWAP. All right, so that's 3 out of 3 today on the NinjaTrader account. So these are the trades that I took. Took a total of 3 round trips. And after fees, 62.35. Mind you, the accounts we started with about 1,200. I think we started the day with 1201.75. So excluding fees, actually including fees, that was a gain about 5.18% on the account today. Taking 3 trades. 3 out of 3. Of course, the idea is to scale this up. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, we've had this account for years, and this money has been dormant. On a whim, we just decided to start trading the micro ES futures last night. I was trying to figure out the bracket orders this morning, couldn't figure it out. So I was just placing limit orders and getting out at market. Yeah, so the idea, of course, is to scale with size eventually. Either scaling in. I'd like to control my size, so once the account grows, like, subscribe, and follow if you want to see our journey. But of course, the idea is to grow the account. I like controlling my size, so I would prefer to just scale into the micros, either MNQ or MES. But eventually, once the CME releases the single stock futures, I will most likely be trading the single stock futures, for example, Tesla. Although that could still require a lot of margin because it is 6-to-1 on margin for Tesla, and I would lose my ability to scale in and out. So I might just be trading the stocks by like 25 shares at a time for daily income. So in practice, we did pretty good today. I don't think we have enough steam to go back to those highs and to even go to the Fibonacci extension sell zone. And quite frankly, and if it does during the last hour, I'd rather not trade it. So that pretty much called it for the day. 3 trades, 3 wins, 5.18% gain on the account today. Just trading the micro ES futures. If you follow the stream, we predicted these levels. I predicted this short squeeze breakout, which is the reason why I had a hanging order at 75.1975. It wicked up as soon as price broke out. It was a short squeeze, taking out the short sellers who had their stops above these 2 previous highs. And I just closed that market when it pulled back. There was no time to put a limit order. Ideally, I could have just gotten back in once we were near 75.24. But that's in a perfect world. And we can't always catch the tops and bottoms here in this business. But the idea is to be, in my opinion, trading small, trade often, not financial advice. Trade with money that you're willing to lose. Don't trade the rent money. But the idea with this channel is to document our journey, to scale up our account, to grow a community, to provide free education. So I'm live Thursdays and Fridays. And I also drop a short over the weekend to provide option range levels for Tesla. Now, I don't use the options. I just use those ranges for me to be able to enter and exit on scalps on the daily time frame. The 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, and even scale down to the 15-second for sniping entries and exits. But I use the option ranges to give me an idea of where price could go on a daily basis. So if you like what I do, if you have any suggestions, feel free to comment. If there's something you'd like me to check out, any tickers, even crypto. I barely looked at crypto today. But, question for any viewers out there, what are the tickers that you like to look at every day on a daily basis? Do you like looking at Bitcoin? Do you like looking at Tesla, the ES, the minis, Nvidia? Maybe you're the type that likes to look at GME or all those meme stocks. But for me, I look for the consistent movements. I look for the volatility changes per day. I scalp. I look for trade ideas to be able to find opportunities to eventually one day quit the 9 to 5, replace it, or even match my income from my 9 to 5. So once again, I stream Thursdays and Fridays with the video dropping on the weekends. And like and subscribe if you want to see more. Yeah, so 3 trades. We reopened our NinjaTrader after years of dormancy. We paid for a lifetime license way back when, so we get very cheap fees through NinjaTrader. So although it's a small account, we did gain about 5.18% today, which is a win in my book. Well, I'm going to end the stream here. Trade safely out there. And I'll catch you next week. Like, subscribe, and follow. Follow my wife's TikTok channel. It's at Live Laugh Hodl. Find the details in the description below. Keep up to date. I support, any comments, or I'd be grateful for any support. Want to grow this channel, grow this community. Very little at this time, but I'm here to provide free information as we grow the account and potentially create more channels down the line, depending on what sticks for the community. All right, I'm going to call it there. Have a great day. Have a great weekend. Happy, it's Memorial Weekend for everyone in the US. So hats off to those who have given their lives to the country, to all of our military branches. We thank you for your service. And to those who are currently serving our country, thank you so much. Enjoy the weekend. Crypto Crystal Ball signing out.